Fellow greetings, engineer. Welcome back to Space Engineers. Been messing around a bit with the economy and all the updates that Keen's been doing, and been really enjoying some of it. One of the things I found out here was a mobile shipyard, and I thought I could do some renovations to it. So let's start building a new shipyard that you could use as purpose base station fabricator in your playthrough as you go through play Space Engineers. Let's hop into the station and get working on it. I want to keep a lot of the same functions in aesthetics for that mobile shipyard. I'm going to leave my spectator camera here. We can get a good look at it at all times. And then as far as the character goes, well, be over here, mobile side. Now we can get building our ship. Default out the colors here, and I like to build white plastic as a good thing for me to start off. Build out, let's do mirror mode setup. There we go. And I'll pull out, let's do 15 one way. It'll give me 14 over there, and then do another 14, which is 28. Here is 31 total. This block being the center line of everything. I'm going to be jumping periodically between a spectator over here on the F8, going back and forth. And the things I want to keep about this is the kind of offset shapes as it is. Looks like a bigger freighter that was carved up a bit and converted into the mobile shipyard that it is. I want to kind of keep some of the larger ship and aircraft carrier aesthetics about this, and I think we'll do as much as I possibly can. This center line roughly being the heel of the ship. I'll start building that frame a bit out. Maybe even not keep the mirror mode, just because this is an asymmetric ship. So I'll do what I can to keep it looking interesting as we go through. I think this only went 2. Seeing tips. Yep, 2 tips to go through. Keep that kind of shape for it. And then roughly this centerpiece, we have a small deck coming out. I want to incorporate some other larger pieces in, just like I have that little hanger off to the side, or that land platform rather. I kind of want to keep that kind of aesthetic to it too, with the supports coming out. So maybe come back here and do this. There's no real better way to do it. Add there, so let's follow along and then we'll modify later as we go. For right now, just use the same bits. I really like the 2x1 slopes. They're probably some of my favorite ones as we go through and cycle through shapes. I really wish we had another shape that did a bit more as far as the steepness, like a 4x1 or something. This whole station made out of that 4x1 if such a thing existed, but it doesn't, unfortunately. So we'll just have to keep hoping one day we'll have more shapes, or perhaps some other kind of shape system that will. It's been a while since I've been on, so my bar is quite different what I've been evolving to. We'll change things as neat. I'm not worried about using DLC here, so I'll just pick whatever things I want through here. And actually, I think some of these structured platforms are just going to be the superior choice here, because otherwise I have these slab floors they introduced a while back, which are still fantastic, but I might just want that extra space to get taken up that much faster with these structural platforms. Maybe here, yeah, let's get rid of that. We'll keep the landing side looking one on its respective platform, and then this is just going to be some of that decking that comes out this way as we get some of the shape going. If we swip back and forth, see that we've got about the same shape going. We should just have fewer PCU width and go back over here. Yeah, and then we can make this stick out with some of these additional girder blocks, or whatever they were called. Beam blocks. Those were really nice on that side. I can also come over here. This is using some of the paneling coming up and over. But I do want to maintain the ship kind of ends, the deck extend around it, have a little shrouding come off, and then I can have my little platform set 4 back or so. So this can stay ended here, and I'm gonna go get some beam plates. Keep there, and I'm gonna get some 2x1 tips. Let the halves. Here will be the tip one. Take 2. There we go. It's gonna go right there. And same thing down. Get the base next. We flip you over. There's the base. 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 We should just put this up. Space. I probably even want that other overhang going down the line too. While I'm up here in the front, let's find our half panel. Why not? There. That way you kind of have that little extension shape look like it comes out. And then this way. So that was 4 there. I'm just gonna block out things as I go through here. I did want the entirety of that deck to come out here. So I take whole structural platform, place you here. Maybe even scooch it back just a little bit. So I do want beam blocks in through. I think they look good around shaping this off. I would like lights corners, so we can do that too. Just something to block off shape and colors, give it more distinction. Or lights nowadays in here. I think I'll take lights. I have a lot of changes in the tool palette since I've been in this world. These tool lights, I like these inset box light guys. These look real good through here. You guys can sit there and over here too. Unless I even want to push this out a bit. And I very well may. I very well may want to push it out just a bit more. Because if I push this out a bit more, these lights will be a little more clear. Let's do it. take you. You're gone. Back here. And there you go. So now we're still aligned, and I've got that extra shape going around the box. We've got something that kind of is offset a bit and giving us a clear landing platform. I don't want to do too much more to finish that off. Not quite yet, at least. But I do want to get you more put on there. Now, I think the original one, it came through to about here or so, and it had what looked like was a hydrogen tank. It wasn't a hydrogen tank, but it looked like it could be. So there's a little bit more space, and then a hydrogen tank looking shape there. We can do the same. Cover all this up, carve out a little entry here as well. So it looks like we do this through. This can be a walkway that comes down. We can merge the decks there, but really that's more theater for ships. We want these guys to come through here, and we'll have our 2, 3. Then we have the actual entryway. I could do the same across here. But if we have another 4, that'll give this some space to breathe, and I can start a hydrogen tank over there. Let's pull this across as well. Drop that. Through the ship. Probably want that entryway a little bit bigger. It looks a little more grand. We can put some lights up there as well. I think that'll look good. And to eliminate these horizontal lines going across the ship, we'll have to put in something behind the blocks. If I do this, all of a sudden we get rid of that seam. We can do that. Just not do it at this moment. We're going through here. 2, 3 is a good space there. Come out a couple. Or rather even, this could be where the hydrogen tank is going to sit. So if that's the case, it should be 3 there. Yeah. And then we can pull it across. Because I like the idea of the big round that we have. This guy. I think that would look interesting sitting there. Maybe even a little closer. How's that look? Not bad. Not bad. F8. Take a look at what you've got here as far as structure goes. It is pretty well encapsulated small outcrop that's there. That's as long or as wide rather as that ship originally got. If we set you there and we use that same kind of visual key, tank can sit right there. And this is as wide as we get. Can't go up. This is the width. I can do here and be even there. We're on the same width. Then this next one up, the tips. Yeah. Could even let's push that back. to there, just use 2x1 extensions coming off like we had done at the front. That way it kind of looks like it gives this a bit of protection. Let's give some of that a try. Want that for here. Might as well put it on the bottom side too. Okay. We're already there. We use the economy of our shape. Maybe I can press the right rotation. Okay. Find those one tips again. Bases full. Go. That's probably what I want right there. For the tip. Base. That base looks good there. Let's go back and extend our pattern down a little bit. And go back. While our base is out. We paint that shroud. Those tips are pretty great. Go. That should give us a nice shrouding around here, like that. A little bit of paneling through. It's kind of hard to tell with plastic, and it will change as we put more blocks in place. The pattern on the paneling will change. That can be annoying to work with, but do what we can. Time comes for that more detailed works. This looks like that is taken care of. And we'll come up to the same height, and they leave a little break here. I kind of like that. The center will bulge out back. This looks like it breaks into that shape. Let's do some of that too. We'll take center line. Maybe not even that. Take this. Drag it all the way back. Our top and bottom we have there, there. Just in case we get anything separated. Now this piece is going to come up to the same height. Up and we'll come across. We had that same height. Yes. Yes, we are. And we will want to break that separation there. So maybe just a couple panels this way. And we can seal this bit up here. That interesting somewhat. Let's see what we have. Flat panel right there. Let's do the same over here so you have it out. Here we want scroll back to our tips and bases. That almost looks like we're sitting out too far with that hydrogen tank. We very well could too. And in fact, I do believe we are. We can push the hydrogen tank back into itself. Or rather, back into structure so it looks slightly more protected. And yeah, we'll do that. So it's a little more not quite shutting out so far. If I get rid of that tank, did like the distance it was. Put it there, and then we just have to reconstruct everything else around. Let's get rid of these guys. easiest way to do things here, but get it done. And I wanted to pull this. Still make it reach that same height. Just there. Build up and down. Get the same extension we had just a second ago. The tips. Back, down. And that'll be the same shape we have come across here. Down. That should be the same. Cross, yeah. And we'll break that off just like we had a second ago. Maybe we have these two sections not be directly attached. There'll be a little bit of space for it to breathe like an original. Let's see what that's going to look like. There we go. That to come down. We can give this a little bit of space here. And we can do that. And this can come out too. Do we even want to? That's not going to give it space. It's going to go here. Just a little bit. That's a half block. And I've made a little bit of modifications in that playthrough I was doing. But we'll let this piece breathe a little bit more. Leave those two there. So if I just do one set, this guy's coming through. Base. Should be base. That should be base. I know we should use the tip. That's why it was sticking up a second ago. Base. What did I just do? I used base on the tip, tip on the base. Go. That way it sits a little more flush. Base. Base. Should. Use the tip. And the little half panel. Go. Panel. Rotate. Panel. Get that full. Go. So that has some space to breathe. Still looking tech. Cover it around and back. Get rid of some cover back here. I would like this to be layered. That's going to be my important difference. You can even put a port here or conveyor cap. So there are conveyor caps we've got. Can go there. I don't mind that. And then this space here is only a half block. It looked like. Let's go back here. Because this had half blocks coming out. What if we just left it as one instead of two? We'll make this extend a little bit then. There. This is angle. This is here, down there. Just make it cover space. Not the half one, although possibly could have done half. Tip. tip. I can't choose it. Doesn't look right. What's the base look like it sits there? This is the base. 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 Tip. Pointed right. Good tip. Oh, those lined up nicely. And then one more set to get it here. If I did that, that'll be good. This has the space. Let's go check out that reference. And as this comes up, cuts over and around ship. Do the same, something similar. We would come up here. Could even get rid of these guys. This would come up, and then this would be what is ever left ship side as it comes through back this way. Get rid of this and this carving that we've done now. That was kind of that delineation between the original hull and this extension contains. I think there was the industrial bits in there. Take back away. There we go. Spectator needs a little light too. Yeah, there's a cargo container in there. Some industrial. Then that's another piece sitting down. So if I put cargo container, and I'll start building this structure out here. We have a tank. That'll be fine there. Could let's get rid of this. And put the cargo. Oh, nowadays we even have giant cargo containers that can fit in there. That'll look. I think that is exceedingly large for what I need. But looks kind of neat. Otherwise, we use these other ones that are also really cool. I do like the industrial. As cool as this one is, I need the ports everywhere. So let's see, industrial. Do I have extra ports? Not. Just make it look like it's got extra ports. B and C. Oh, I use the regular industrial. I do want. Oops. Let's go back. Yeah, I do have that plumb through the connector. I do. Let's put you. That's a conveyor. I could put you. Probably another conveyor there too. That way you can have a tube. And do I even want to make it stick out a bit more? Awesome. Because this sticks out a bit. And I don't want them to interfere with each other. Let's say if this was docking somewhere. Oops, yeah, that's changed too. Collectors are no longer in conveyors. Or the collectors are no longer in the connectors. Connectors and collectors are not the same. Maybe even one more pop out. Now, this is looking too far out to unsupported. It also looks like it should be at least one more block. I'm making everything just a bit bigger here. So if that's the case, I get rid of all of this. And this. You get another piece. You get another piece. 2. Or I make this on a piston that just extends out. Or we'll see. I'll leave it be for now. I definitely want to close in some visual gaps here. So we can get that shape looking the same or similar to how the base ship was. I can put blocks on the side to fill this out. Should let me place a block there. Weird. Definitely go there. Very, very odd. So that way we've got this similar looking piece. Actually, that's cut in. I see. See. Do the exact same. What if I did something similar to it? Tip, but I've got half these tips, right? Slope, half slopes. Do our tip. Yeah. And base. 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 And then we can come down with a little sit there. Just makes it look like it breathes a bit more. Actually, just up here. And this. Close off that exterior piece visually. And that come out more as well. Yeah, because then you have the 2.5. You got a thruster there, which you're going to get to the engine section. It's getting a big because I didn't realize we had half here, and I'm thinking I need to make it small. Let's do that before we get too carried away. But I am enjoying that process of kind of learning from others to see, kind of get similar visual results again. This would be the half box come through. All the way up to there. That way you just look like you're a little more bold. Nope, none of you go here, right? That's where you had 2, and you also had that weight. That's why -3. Otherwise, you see straight through it. I don't see straight. Maybe we will keep it here. There. These pieces back in for stability. Back to 7. Here, you do not. That way it just looks like it's closed off. Now we can go. It's half tips. Base, base. Tip. Come down to the bottom and reinvent the process again. Base and square. Tip to base and half pieces. That way that piece extends over. And yeah, continue our regular schedule. Okay. That's looking interesting. That's layers going through. There's the tip in. We have the left set up, so let's do the right side now. Here are the tips. Tip, tip. Base. Come through for the thickness. Invert. Go. Okay, that's kind of good there. Yeah. Couple tips. Can't see they're working, but any of those given blocks could easily be a computer or a controller, adder, anything you need to fill up some space just to make things function. Let's go this way to the right side. This is base, so I'm not even looking at the right piece. Base, base, go to tip, 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 down to the left, our base at the left. We're supposed to be there, there. Just do extra pizza. Sure did. And yes, we are supposed to do that. Are supposed to be a tip. Yeah. Do the left tip then? Seems that way, but oh, that shape looks off. Or the left side. the left. This is the tip. Left tip. There you go. Now that shape is hit. Now it comes through. That's looking nice. I think this shape was correct. Go. Way it kind of makes it look like it's protected a bit. And so we deleted that panel. Need the whole panel. Or a base. There you go. Get the structure out. Bit much extension. Way it just had a little bit of life in there, a little bit of docking area, some lights. Could put some more lights in there too. Come back to lights and things later, but that looks pretty good. If not, sci-fi ones, no, because I don't want things that like that. Pipes. I mean, these look okay. Might look a little weird going through there, but I'll leave that there for now. Because the next big thing we had was the thruster section. And let's take a look at our reference. Our reference kind of closed off everything, and we offset inside one space in there for a single horizontal thruster. We can close off this and move those two pieces, and I'm moving those. I can horizontal offsets. Bases, and bases get tips. So we have a single space between, but that single space is where the thruster is, and we just go back to being big again. Yeah. So what if I did the same? You could be a thruster. You are structural to bear. I put thruster. I really like the new ones, but I want to look at them, not have them be hidden. So like that one hydrogen thruster there, though I would love to have another one somewhere. I would. But to say, like, for a little symmetry, I could even put another one here, but we're a very symmetric ship here. So not that. And if we rebuild this capability out here, we will just duplicate what we had before. So I'm thinking just going to make the entire ship hydrogen, because that is, in my mind, the ships run on hydrogen for their thrusters, and electricity is used for jump drives and everything else. I think that's just a way to do those separate. So you always have a need for hydrogen besides jetpack juice. So that goes back to the original ship shape, and just go get this one. It gets 4 blocks and then a little shrouding, and then it pops out that way. Let's do the same one. 4 shrouding. Same dip here. And I will leave. Relaxes. I need to fill this in, but I don't need to fill the inside of that cabin. Now I can put more things in there. I can put batteries, I can put living quarters. I don't know what I'll put in there. I don't know what's in there already. I think it kind of opened up into engine room where you had some pipes and stuff coming through. It looks neat, but I'm not there right now, so I can't tell you what it is in there. Space to shape. Just go set up. Half blocks down, we go to our center lines and cells. They're much larger, so I'm just going to fit that, because this is our center line, and we are definitely not symmetrical. Not with that other ship, just because I have so much deck sticking out this way, and even more sitting out here, it seems like. This might even be excessive how much it's sitting out, but when I drove that little ship in, it definitely seemed like I was going to hit something when I was landing, and I want to avoid that, which is why that pad is sitting out as far as it is. And I almost want to make some sort of extended support coming off this pad, but I mean, we'll have to see how the rest of the ship goes. Anyways, back here, let's get our slope base, doing half slopes coming here, so find those guys. Half slope bases. It's right. On the left one, you are base, you say. That's the tip. Base. And we can go right side. Right side, the tip wants to sit. Right base. Left. Tips. A little tiny square in the half cam. This little guy here and here. There. Now we've got that bit of depth in and out as we come up and around. But you actually capped out earlier, cutting in, giving us a little more change. We got rid of that. Capped out early. If we did it earlier still. Just left that. And that. We'll cut there. You probably don't there. And that can come horizontal. There. And that's probably the back end of the ship. Yeah. Where is your central? Say it's even offset a bit more. That's how you guys look, that you're offset. What if I had something simpler? This is center line, but we'll also have some sort of holding arm sticking out this way. And I'm not even opposed to into it. No, we'll give ourselves the space to breathe here. Let's find a jump drive. But we actually have a new jump drive too. This is the old, and this is the new. I like how this looks. If we take a look at that, having that exposed to the backside, that looks pretty cool. But I think this is supposed to be the exposed city, not this one. But that looks really cool. If you sat right there, will you sit right there for me? Let's get you something else to sit on. That's it right there, yeah. Oof. As much as I want you to sit upright and be center, it's either above or below. But that still looks interesting too. And what if we did you the other way? Or two? I mean, I wouldn't mind two. We've got a lot of mass, but this is the inside bit. I do want to look at it from the inside. I want the bits, moving bits. So what if we just had one there, and even you can definitely go inside. Flush there. No more than attachments. This guy can sit somewhere in here. Probably on the lower deck. There you go. So I can have two jump drives. And just let be. How do we get to it though? You either walk down one side or the other or over it. Huh. Yeah. see. Get there. Get there. Now those containers, or those conveyors, rather, those are fine. And that. So you're fine here. And let's pull our reference back out. Have got some work to do to get this right. We want to come away from our center down. Have this kind of shape to it. 3, 2. Let's just throw a bunch of conveyor junctions. I can't even pull it here because that is the center of the jump drive. Could push the jump drive over, but I think that would eat up the space we had here, and I want to see you. So what if we cut this out? We come here. What did I have? I had a thruster there. Yeah, so just one off center. I can push that out. Give it some space to breathe. Go out, away, and that was also that same piece. Yeah, because you have an ion thruster there shooting up and down as well. So if I leave the center empty, then I extend from there everything else. Leave the center empty, and extend away. So how's your bracket look? It's my end. So shroud and thruster. Here, shroud, thruster. This is where I would put the more cinematic ones. These guys just look so good. And did have inset. It's gonna separate them there. But yeah. Inset thruster. Some kill zone thrusting in here. And that will be fine. Arm there. Fine, this one's being hidden. And then I just have to build that as a nice shroud. So let's get that copied. We use half box. Here. Make another look. No. Oh, yeah, there was a, what should we call it, corridor, passage, something there. Let's do the outside. Pretty long. Go backwards. Actually, since these are two, these thrusters stick out. Let's do that. Let's have those thrusters stick out. So we have a nicer looking thruster. And I can just let the tapering and shaping end back here instead. Instead of covering the whole thing. I kind of like it. Like it kind of boxes in there, and I think it gives structure shape. Let's see. Worst case, I just frame out a piece and extend this design around. Shouldn't be a problem. Say should. We had 3 here, go down, ion. Here, and down here. We'd have a reverse thruster, but that's going into our ship. Whereas this structure, we are above it. So why aren't we just need to be taller? That'll make that little B2. Could do the same thing here. This is our bottom. Glad we didn't separate that. You go there and actually go. Let's see where these go. Want that to stick out a bit more, top and bottom. But nice looking thrusters there and there. There and there. Our kill zone thruster go that center piece. Just classic thruster. You don't need a piece. You don't need a piece. And that should get us those direction. This is definitely not going to be atmospheric. I could make it as such. We'll play around with some more of the shapes because this is going to keep getting more massive. And these little thrusters aren't enough to make it go. Not like I want things to go. Because if I wanted to go, I'd have already taken it. Why not? It's my ship. My ship, and I'll cry if I want to. And I'll probably pull those in. Just because they are so large. Yeah, good luck breaking. Good luck breaking. Extend 2 pieces down. Yeah. Pieces down, forward. And we'll just have to find some more places to put some break breath. Or what if we just did it all right there? We're gonna upgrade. Might as well upgrade big. I would say the same here. Now I want another horizontal elsewhere. We'll find them. Find a place. But I like that now. This is kind of boxy. So it's just structure. Here we can get rid of you. And probably all of that there. We are redesigning. Come around. Those should all be good. Yeah. And somewhere symmetrically would be here. It's where we would have another conveyor. Or maybe even this conveyor coming through here. We left that chain. Because then we could put reinforced conveyors so we can walk along here. I think those look force conveyors, as long as they met junctions on either side, those are good. So then I can put actual catwalk there. This guy needs to go up and over. Gives me some separation there. I can't get through this jump drive. But what I could do is push this one out, then I can convey around. Oh, I can't get in brick there. Oh, wrong brick. There we go. Take junction across, and back to jump drive. You can set out a bit just because you're and that gives me enough piping to get around. Conveyors around there, and oops, that's not as desirable, but that could work. As long as I know where pieces are, I can always replace them as needed. That's all conveyored. Now it's on a battery. Somewhere I know I would, like out here. I mean, hell, even these can have laterals on them too. Why not? And that way I've got the one over there, and then I could put like a couple more out here on the side, there and there, or I can even get rid of this one. Leave it. Guess I'm just going to use all of this thruster. Why not? There, death, death. Yeah, that's more than enough space for those guys to do this. Well, plenty of directional thrust at it. Why not a couple more? More of these guys. Some downs. Now my only hydrogen tank is that, which means everything is piped for now. This is not connected yet, this platform. I can do that next. No, do come here. Come through here. Can push it to the deck this way. That can come out. Can have some sort of junction. At this point, might as well just make it that. Then we can get these industrial looking way or two to come through. So I drop the connection somewhere. So I split the ship somewhere. Which I may have done. Looks like did do that. No. You do. Oh, now you're fine, though. Very weird. What if I changed your color? Yeah, you all changed tint. Maybe you just unmerged, remerged. Who knows? But now that's all green and connected. Leave that there for now. I think that's a lot of thrust in direction. Let's leave here, center pillar. Bared through. I actually don't care about this. Actually, I do, because this side is the hoist piece. Scaffolding, whatever dry dock framework you want to call it. That I want seated very near ship 2. 2 out you go. Have these pieces come right up to the front. Here, right up at the 2. That's exactly where you're at. Use this guy. Yeah. 2. Yeah, do that. Shoot. And if I keep missing, just keep missing some more. Let's. Nope. Go, flip you over. Maybe that's the bad side about creative mode in huge blocks, is that you'll potentially delete way more than you need to. Pay attention to what you're clicking. So that came up to an angle piece. Oh, and then the little interior corridor. Like that. 2 here. We could even do it off the center of this instead. We could just have it offset mirror. Use a lot of deck space. These pieces themselves aren't connected. If I do end up deleting larger platform there, be a bit more hassle. Or I could string something together for the 2. Now, if anything, instead of the normal mirrored, I should have done the top bottom. Top bottom mirrors. I want. Yeah. Or A. Interior. A looks good to me. along with some magnetic plates in the middle bits. And even put light stringers. There's little half lamps. I could even put, say, some solar panels. Let's check out some solar panels. And the colored ones are much thicker. You guys want to sit? I don't want you to sit there. I don't want you to power out that far either. Let's see if I can. These like halfway through. Bigger 4 blocks. Sit there nicely. Or 4 blocks long. If I left you there, not really the look I want. I can color the solar panels. Got a way that's in. And I can even put some lights here. And yeah. Some of these lights, not these guys. There are the cool hang lights. They were spotlight. Yeah, these guys. These guys are really cool. Can I put you up here? Not put you there. Because you're half blocks. We're doing weird half block things. About I'd say you guys would go here, or something like that. Probably here. Right. And for you, interior pillar piece. Interior pillars are not what I thought they were anymore. Pillars. Is that what you... Oh. Those look like they would attach. And if I were going to put anything, it would be this center one. But we'll leave that for now. Because I would want it to have like a landing gear. These mag plates on the original ship. Looking right at it. And there's even this new one here that we've got. That looks more like a landing gear. This is going to be mag plate, so we can build something off of here. Okay. That's looking decent. And I think that should fight. Probably not right there though, but somewhere on this side. Or even something that comes from under sort of piping board. Yeah. But we're getting some of that structure in there. Rebuilding some of the shape. Let's go shape these thrusters. These thrusters should be angry and narrow. Rid of that. Up. Probably blend this. Or I could even push that further, like I was saying. It down a little bit. We can even leave that triangular shaped. I think that'll look interesting. Side. I'll only do the half blocks. If we even need to do half blocks. Just be, that's all there is to it. Because there's nothing to be done there. That's not just. Okay. Let's do that down here too. Don't hate it. Times plus is more, and we don't have to go shrouding everything in armor blocks. It looks too much like a brick. Don't need that all the time. Not like this is going to be some sort of combat ship that to get in the fight. Have all that fun. This is supposed to be for a building ship. A ship building ship builder. Building ships. Shipping ships. Right. Building a ship that building ships. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Inner bits for right now, exposed as they are. They're supposed to go inbound. Yep. Those extend forward. That would probably be more of a diagonal. That'll honestly probably be where it's at right there. Doot. There. Okay. That's probably going to be the truer path. Not even what I had over there. That's probably the truer path of things. Where did a battery come from? No, you got a little bit of juice in you, so you spin. About to say I took the battery out, didn't I? Otherwise all these hydrogen thrusters would be on. I mean, we could double check. Yeah. I see thrusters, therefore connections are good. And I'll just pull that right now. I also need... This was where that cabin was inset here. And I don't think I like that that much. I mean, I like the concept of it. It's just a very narrow sight line. You barely see down the deck and not really into the build area either. If I set it up higher, it would be cool, but it'd be in the way of these thrusters. So let's do some of this shape here first. See what you did. You were short everywhere except for outputs. So those are there. Where you dip in, that's where you go back. Go back with an 8. This is half blocks that need dealt with there. If they were delicate. Delicate curves. 7.5. Very cool. That went all the way through. So where would a cockpit be at? This is where that other one is. Somewhere right around here. I definitely can't see the other half. This side. Definitely can't see over here. And definitely can't sit right here to see both. Anything, I would want it to sit, I guess, back here. So you could supervise construction in the comings and goings, but that side has comings and goings. Should build this mirrored bit, maybe? And wherever this falls, that's where the rest of the ship is. Do that. I do that. That's you coming up and around. Out. 2. Right. Whole line. 3 here. Have some 2x1s there. Back to and 2x1s up. There. There. That gets into whatever that central structure is supposed to be. Let's see how this is looking. Okay. Yeah, because that makes me want to make a bridge hanging like right here even more. Let's see where that would sit. If I were right here with a helm, right there with the helm. This is probably the exact position of the other one too, where you've got a couple places where you could hang out and see what's going on the ship. Probably exactly that. Let's do... Let's do that. It's probably exactly where that is too. Nice. Okay. Well, if that's the case, you can sit there and helm using new glass. Let's try. No, actually there. Stuff that bubbled out. A bridge window, bay window, bay slopes. I have that there. Couple bays. There you are, bay window. You don't want to sit there. Take a look. Our other bay window is here. It's not a much larger one. That's probably just how it's sitting on there. On one of these edges where it's built up. Yeah, because it's even right there next to the thruster too. And that's back end of the thruster. Yeah, so there sits a bit more forward. Mine does at the moment. Put you here. You're going to be the back. Let's do this. I could put a bay window here. I can come forward. Rather I want bay window with railings. Why not? Even if I put something in front of it, I'll have it there. Bays, railings, corner. Probably that's it. So now if I smart do not like that. I just use the 7s. Have here. Half pieces with some interior holding it up. We are secured over there. So it's a half piece. The interior. Again, good use of interior. Make it like it's got structure. Structure round. Very nice. Now that interior piece doesn't have structure. And that's probably where that ladder was, if not back here. But here is where That's where their helm sits. That's not the worst view. Or I could set it here. Or still not the worst. Still pretty good. I think I like it a bit better, especially if there's going to be a ladder right here to go down. Go down some more through eternal jumblings. Which also means don't need to see here. So we could have even a full wall there. And I will place that block there for now. Get rid of that help. This is good. This is good. I kind of like being able to see upwards. What else do we have for glass? It's not more bay windows. It's kind of getting repetitive. The bay tops. And you don't actually want to sit there, do you? Nope. Single bays, inverted. Now, what if I could stand here and look up? Okay, so what would look good here that I could attach to the outside? I want a light. I would say if I put a light back here, not you. Oh, there we go. A light there for sure. I think one there would also be good. Those are attachment points for bay windows. There we go. And rotate you around. Rails. That way you're just kind of looking at it there. Probably some paneling here. Or hear me out, another kind of window. You could be there, and then this could just probably not looking down into the ship, but just a panel. So that way I could come up a ladder here and then be able to see around everywhere and have some more control or something through here. Still stuff to see around, but just not right here. That's going to look into the interior. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. Okay. That's that piece there. And the original ship. Let's cut you away. Echoed this design. As do I want to echo. Want to there and yeah, flip those guys around. And what was down here? It echoes, then curls back. to be the first part of the lower end of the ship. How did it curl back? Okay. Half blocks, or half blocks. And this is the lower edge of the ship. Those don't have to touch, do they? They blend together, or rather have this half wrap around to itself. Keep these two center pieces separate. So this piece, yes, you blend into this thing and up this way. Don't want those half. Or we can even just shorten this. That's a large drop off, but we'll keep it there for now. Back on, carve this out in case I need some other local ship transport. That's the engine room, though. Don't want a hangar bay right there, even though that looks like it's a great spot for one. Pull this off. And so this piece, let's come back around here. These two pieces aren't really supposed to touch, so come this way, over and around. This is a separate, let's go back here. So this piece, kind of like they never touch. And you come around this way, so that cockpit comes around, wraps around the cargo container. Okay, wraps around this way, kind of reflective top and bottom, but it doesn't touch this other piece. So this is a solid break that needs to happen here. That needs to go away. You have a stronger shape here. Okay, so you can come around through here and also down here. Almost that. I don't know what should go right there, but something. Yeah, I don't like that either. I don't like it being vertical. Didn't really like. Really like that either. Oops. Double oops, triple oops. Just leave it alone. Panel. Back. Slope. Right. Base. Tip, base, base. You guys can sit there. You're already fat, dumb, and happy and mirrored. You're not supposed to touch this piece. We can come up, make an L shape. This way. Make this L shape here. Through here. And there. And this does not touch. Yeah. Then we can mirror the top and bottom here for that. Double check the original. This is going to be big area. Unless I wanted another hanger or something to go underneath. It's the underside. Tried to make it interesting with the support for the ending area. Yeah. Try to make it interesting. Pieces that come out and get a walkable space. Let's give it a shot. Make it look like it's hanging down there structurally. It's largely going to be in. Come down here. I can't copy that where it is, because this is the way. Because they're not set the same, rather. If I kept that opening goes all the way through, I could just set these different places and make my ship happen. Because I can put that there. I did like this. So I will revisit it, just in a different location. Can I... Not the same. Get rid of that backplate. And I may even need to reposition where these structural panels are located too. So if I try to do what I did up here, you pull all the way through down to there. This is actually the base. Yeah. The same keel above as below. So I could pull this across. This is the actual center. And you come in here. These are half blocks. Same thing here. Spaces between these. It's 3. Mine is different. I come out here. Why? I do 3, 3, 3. 3. There's no reason I can't bring this in. Three, 1, 2, 3, and I can bring that up. No reason I can't do that. Two, 3, and they are large. 3 down, up. And then we get the same little wavy shapes coming through. This can go, that can go, this can't go. We don't need the bits hanging off there. What I do want to see though is in these middle pieces, back at our centers over here, the center of the inset pieces where some supports were. Which means I could do connector running all the way through up here, and that would actually say look kind of good too. These are kind of far out. Could push you in. Pushed you in the one block. Yeah. I could even push you in 2 blocks. Because I kind of want to run that conveyor line down the outside. If I ran the conveyor line down the outside, I could make it pop out wherever I want it. Guys look alright? Yeah. Make the conveyor line pop out. You're gonna have inset is gonna have the arm there. So if you had connector there, I could run conveyor pipe. Pipe. Come on. Straight pipe. T. This is no, it's a T. Or it's an elbow. There we go. Bring you all the way back here. Then around this way. Cut down there. Three. One up here. I don't mind that. Don't mind that at all. And then here was where those half pieces were. Right? You go half the other way. Half the other way. This way. There, there. This is supposed to inset, inset. Up, in, down, 1, 2. That might not be as nice to look at. where I've got that sit now. That is going to be exactly wrong now because I have it instead of one, which would make this the superior choice. The original builder choice being the superior choice here. Iterations, trials. That's probably going to be a better pick. You can see boat. You can see down the hall a lot more. Or I could make this scooch out a bit further again. As if I made that whole bridge section shoot out, you could see around what you're building here. Let's make this a little different. So I want that green one. No, not that. You just want the green. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. The interior. Sure. And I did kind of like those solar panels, wherever they went. Probably rotate them around forward now. Probably going to block off even more vision. And I did like the lights here too. But y'all probably spotlight. If you, but put you here. Can put you on the panel. No. Put you here on the panel. Right? That does. Right? Which way are you guys flashing? I'm over here, I see you. I'm over here, I don't see you. Not up. Right? Yes. Maybe I just flipped them the wrong way the first time. That's a lot of light going there now. Bloody Mary. Like that. opposite direction inside. I should be able to see you good. Yep. 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 I like the way that's looking. Okay, good. Don't like the way that panel is sitting though. Like you're on the wrong side there, panel. There you go. Sit there. That looks good. Construction platform. Looking good through there. Now, this leaves something to be desired. And what I was also thinking for upgrades, putting more stuffs on here. More stuffs meaning there's space in there for industrial assembler. But what if I had my own refineries on here as well? I can put refinery, if I find it here. I want to see what the industrial. Yes. You're shaped completely different. I don't even know if I want that here. This refinery. I don't want those ports to be there. But what I could do is put you... You're already piped. You were already piped. And you're too wide. I'll put you there. I put you there. I could put that there. It just gives some bulk coming through here. And on this side, I could do these guys coming up. What if I even did a mirror? Cancel that mirror. Cancel that mirror. Centered there. There. I just want something to make it look a little supportive. A little more supportive than what it is. Yeah, that's looking pretty decent. That's the same width there. It is. Junction is the end block, right? Yes. But ideally, it ends on this guy instead, or on that line. Not that that line particularly matters because it's a separate section. There were little supports there. Let's go look at the original. It's a much larger cutaway to get those structural supports in there. But if I did same here, larger cutaway. Guys, stay. Do not. Stay. Not. Up to that point where it blinds back in. shape. Up here. If anything, let's pull this line through. I know it doesn't connect. It's not supposed to connect. I want to get rid of that mirror. If I pull that same shape back into here, keep this flatter. I need this whole thing gone, this whole thing gone. Let's do our 2x1 off here. So even if I could get tip to start here. Tip. Tip to base. Base. To base. Tip. Tip. To base. Base. Tips to tips. And get that refinery back in here. Just so it can sit tight. Technically, it is piped up through that landing pad. And now I don't care for this line, but I can make it work for me. So I can make that shape can stay there. What if we just left it there? You have an inset. This is a much larger inset. Right? So you can come in. This is the normal ship line. You guys stay there. This is the normal ship line. But now we have this weird connection. There's supposed to be a cutout, but now I'm using this as support. Support to nothing. So what if this support were self-supporting? Just cut out more. Okay. Okay. Sit there, and I can come this way. go there. We did that same, so we keep the thickness going through. We just don't elevate that piece all the way up. We have a big chunk going in, down. But I need a central bit to cut back. If anything, this needs to be one lower. So we could push those back again. Ah, okay. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Right? So this laps up, cuts in so it can push out. This needs to cut in, that pushes out. There's supposed to be support. Do want this piece overlapping. Yep. And since I'm looking at it over here, we're fine. Don't need to mess with it. If anything I cut, okay, you're good. You overlap this way. There is this weird little separation. This zigzag corner cuts here. You get cut through here. This does not exist at the top. Cuts through this way, so this piece is gone. Cut through here, then it cuts through here. But you have a separation all the way through, and ship pieces don't touch. We are still connected, so I can that bit of visual separation. Is that only two pieces there? Sure is. It cuts through. This is the top. Wherever this is top. Somehow we got extra layer higher. Oh, to get rid of it. Oh, we don't. Not actually that extra layer. Weird. Just put these things through until they make sense. On full panel tips, bases. Just tip to tip, base, outposts. Tip base to base. Actually, that's exactly what I had done over there. Okay, just anything should go. Okay, pull it back in. Yeah. Oh, the joys of asymmetry, making it make sense. So I do like this. That's a large slab. The other side, have a similar large slab come through. My opening down here is just going to be a bit larger, right? That is supposed to reach the roof. This is supposed to reach roof. You kind of do. Yeah, the center is just over here. Everything is off center. Which is why this is off center. Otherwise, it would reach. Should, because it does. Quit interrupting the flow. Tips in there, then I have this, because it kind of looks like it's a stronger uncoated ribbing. Alright, that's passable. Right, so we're here and we walk around, but I need to get down to this main deck, which is a whole block lower. How do we do that? And I just took out this whole section because it wasn't supposed to be there visually. Let's put it back in, because I don't think it matters at the moment. And then all of this guy. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone. Let's go take a look at the original. The original had us come in here, and we were already on the correct deck, which means mine is wrong. Mine is way wrong. That is center line. Plate. Everything I've been building off from the beginning is off, and that's why. Because my center line deck is off. Also fun. Build with it. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Draw this all the way through. You actually stairs. There's my scaffold. One side. Actually, I might just do one side on either side. Ladder head stairs. I just used the ramp. Rid of that. And we're out here. I can use railing out here. $45 railing. That's there. That way we have some nice railing. We come down. On this side, I can put some more. Maybe even this stuff. Okay, I like that. Some lights up here, definitely. Just kind of forward. Yeah. I'm down here. Need to do something with that. What is the original shape of its face? Kind of tapers it off. Set staggering with interior blocks. That way I can put a beacon or something in there. this underside. Almost exactly one space. Feet. All the way through. As long as you don't pay attention to where some of it ends, I could just continue on with that bracing through there. But I can put communications antenna or whatever there. Up here. I think this looks good. Man, I could even have this be the portside docking, which now I kind of want. Drive into a station with portside dock there. This could just be alternate ship dock. Let's do it. You can just be in set ship dock there. All right, we can come in somewhere in here. There's a refinery there. Supposed to, right? Yeah, it ends right there. This part gets big, so that's kind of the end. And this is all the ship engineering section. We build out here. Duplicate shapes going forward and wherever we need to. It doesn't really have a lot of space to breathe. I can always push out these cells one more in either direction, so they have a little bit of space. I think as ions they might be okay, but these are substantially larger as these hydrogen thrusters. And kind of want to keep this as a half going through, just to keep a visual separation. Drag that across. And if I did this. We'll keep this at the half block 2. This is the interior. You can stay like that. Nice, and the block There is a weird separation there, but that is going to exist. Okay, we're getting there. Yeah. The visual break is there. Yeah, I can't actually get rid of this central piece. Must be there. But now that we're on the inside, we can actually do things in here. But if we're coming in, I easily replace some of this stuff with hydrogen. I don't want a hydrogen tank. I will need hydrogen tanks. Oh, so many. I've got more than just that one. But H2O2 generators. And I've got new look. Alright. H2O2 gens. And these lab ones. Take a look at you. Those look cool. That, I think, would look cool next to here. What if I got rid of that? Here's your piping. It's right there. Good. You can sit right there. Then how about over here? I get rid of you. What if we push that up? You push that up there. Now make the piping work. That is a thruster, which we don't actually need anymore. Two generator can sit back there. Get rid of you. Weird junctions. Is that going to be airtight? Probably not. Oh, what's through here? Here we go. And what about a T? Nice. Very nice. Don't need to be there. What I can do is stairs. We're meant to be stairs at some point. Connect you so I don't lose the bridge. Stair or a ladder. I'm here. Come through this way. And that's 2 stairs. Or ladder, potentially. Rather not climb all the time. Yeah, so gravity, you're going to be a little weird. Here. That works. Block. With that one. Yeah, so I can get right here and then up. Not that one. There. With the ramp. The ramp goes right there. Let's actually have the gravity jet dig. I'm just gonna put you here for right now. I also need a battery. Get a battery for right now. That way we just have stuff. What is the hydrogen engine like? Sci-fi hydrogen. Also something that should... I mean, that looks like a cool nacelle by itself. I rather like that as a nacelle, actually. Dang. Okay. Well, you can't sit right there because your connection's wrong. But where could I put, like, an oxygen tank? Not you guys, you. I think you guys could sit somewhere here. But not there, or any of those. You can just cut in more. That's where you're gonna go. I'd rather not. I just want you in that wall. But not boring. Unless this is supposed to be boring, because it is access through here. Which it probably should just be boring. Boring and safe. Except for wherever these points are. So you and you have openings. Also for you. There. So now you can come all the way down, and any place that has those openings is good to go. I can make that a little more for sure with not neons. I have all sorts of barrels and things now. Barrels, crates. Let's see here. Racks. It's a weapons rack, lab cabinets, coffee, lockers. I mean, having lockers out here isn't the worst. She gives me... Yeah, because I want seats, and cabinets, and barrels, crates. Where are all these things at? Crates, barrels, crates. What's this? Airlock sign. Prototech junk. I could put that there, and this goes here for just the locker things. I like this. Okay, looks like the game had dropped. It reconnected now with everything. We can continue building our shipyard. What did I have going here? Have the arms hanging out here. Got a bit of bridge going on. I also needed to see... Yes, we did have an antenna up front on the original. Some more lighting across this area. And the manufacturing. Need to wrap up the cells too. So let's work out here. There's a bit of an antenna set out here. So let's put the column in. We're here. Let's do something that looks a little more robust. And then I can even, I don't think I'll need an action today, but they do look. Why not? Thank you, ball fake. But truss, there was like a truss pillar light. Pillar light, that's neat. And just saw truss decoy. It looks like it should be an antenna or something. So why not make another column here? Why not here and here, just to give it a little more bearings. Sure. That, and get a truss light. Oh, I wanted the action relay. Let's see if I can find you. In the timers? Yes, you are. Action relay. Just to get something different here. Action relay, and what about actual antenna on here? Where is the actual? Not the big one. I'm really enjoying these more compact antenna design. It just looks more interesting. So there we go. I think that's a little more interesting overall. Take down. Let's. I want a 7 there. What about just a triangle block? Something that kind of blends all this together. Just leave it there as the whole arm block. I just saw that hanging out there and it looked a little awkward. Okay. I've got lights coming through here. That's eliminating this workspace. I was putting stuff in here. That battery is temporary. Like I had some containers going around for this gravity generator. So it looks like you would come down. You have some workspace in here. Let's continue with that idea. Rates. Some locations. We had some new freight too. That way you can just have whatever work containers were being utilized at the time. 3, 2, 3. 3 was the larger stack here. There we go. Just some more things around. And over here, I was trying to put in oxygen tanks. What do you have to sit there specifically? But you can actually put you in this. Access on both sides. I think that could work. Unless we put you inside. I think maybe sitting on the inside worked. Then we would have something over here going up and inside. I don't really want to that line. It doesn't have to be an oxygen tank right there. See, that's why I decided not to. And the last one, put you back, you over here, bit of an opening. That was tension break line, so we can have more space for things in here. Even in here, let's go and put in some more lights. I could have these. You can't do full block that way. I could just do that to make it hang down and it look like there's some piping. That could be interesting. If I had you put them in the centers, and I could have pipe. Yeah, that's the full the whole thing. There were some pipe too. There's some more containers. Just to give it a bit more color. Full palette of clutter. Kind of like how that looks too. Storage bins. What else? Lab experiments. Lab equipment. Experiment C. B. A. Let's see what we are. You look neat, but not for out here. I could put you in the engine room or something. You look like you're a water tank, something to prepare for an experiment, but not executing. And this looks like it could go in an engine room super easy. I like this one. I like this a lot. It also looks like that 2H2 generator, that new one that we had. I wanted to put a 2H2 generator out here or something, just to give it a bit more decoration. But it's probably not the place for it. Grab some of these pipes. See where I can stick that. Get an eye on thruster, but this pipe works in here. And want something at the end? No, I want you to probably go out that way. Yeah. Like that. That's not an end I want. I don't want you to go up or over. Nope. So don't want that. Straight. straight one going through. We don't have to do anything there. Maybe this is all, oops, not there. This is all straight piped, and here you have, is this a junction or something? Yeah. That looks like stuff should go all over. Pipes in. See, you're capped there. Just put that. Oop, not there. Here. And don't want to bend. Maybe we don't want to bend. Where's that little? There you go. You can sit up here, or this area is a little more thick. I can put here. Good there. Junction. Straight even. Then this could make it look like it goes down here, while this pipe path continues to the back. Or let's do this. You and you. That way we just look like there's more pipes going there. I don't know what's going to happen that way. Just so we have some interest going on above as well. I could do something else through here. Let's look on this side. There's a line coming through here that I do not care for. That is up against this side. What you could do is put in a block like this. And it gives it some structure, or even like this. Or see what, just the wedge. Just the wedge will go up behind it there too. Or what if we kept it a bit blockier, come out like so, down the, try a bit of all of them. Each one of these should give me the same result on the backside, getting rid of that line coming across. But what I want to see is what you look like on this side. I don't mind any of them, really. I think I like you the least, and probably you the most. Just because it looks like it gives it more depth. Pipe structure going in there, can't do anything about that. There's just going to be a couple of lines that I can't fix. That's going to be those two there. And then up here, here is probably where we do this. Having that 2x1 tip coming through will eliminate another line, but also give me some structure looking. This is coming here. I could put you there. Get rid of that because that's just a or since we're transitioning here, get to be a 2x1 tip there. Or I could put something else in there. This way we get a little bit of depth going through everything. So there is a lot of empty space in it. But it's supposed to be that way. It's for construction. Yeah, it's supposed to be for construction and hauling big components. So keeping it big and open like that should be what we see. Even though this is decidedly more narrow. There was catwalks going downstairs. That'll eat up space. And some shelving and stuff out here too. And what else was there back here? An assembler on the exterior and another cargo container, which you could see entirely before we even hit the bridge. Cargo container before the bridge, which we can see. I think I have mine a little further pushed back. It's okay, we can leave it there. Or, hold on. We have like some of these giant freight pieces too. And I don't think there's a place for it back there. I was just gonna stick it out here on the deck. But no, I don't think that's gonna work. What I do want is assembler. Assembler go. Place that key. Can we? Yes. What's back there? More of my connection. Put you back in there. Fair. You are see the exterior there piping, so I do want to kind of keep you in place. I can put the assembler here. You have a bit more girth to you. And I can make it look a little more built out. Start to close off that back area, I think. If we... The original was sunken in a bit. You can see it from the top and the bottom. So what happens if we do the same? And your block there. And I can sink this in. What is this? This is the big block, so I couldn't put it diagonal. At least not easily. If I had it like so, it'd be a little less accessible. Or I could just put it like so and give it an access panel. Yeah, why don't I do that? I can give you there. I have feed module. Modules for that landing gear. Give you field does look cool, but put a couple of massive speed modules on there. You're gone. I don't need that. I do. This to be connected. You get to be a T. T junction. And then an elbow. Another T. Let's get force tube placed there. Then I can put in an elbow. T. Why not T then? Do I have for four-way? You could be a three-way. Just so I can have some piping interest. You have a cap, yeah. And I can put a conveyor cap on you. Not on you. You want an access port. Have this one. That way it looks like there's access to it. And even through here. I could put in stairs or something that go up here. Or maybe not even up there. Where are my... Let's do... probably the rail is what I actually put in. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. I can put in a full rail there. Then you probably end piece there. We're at the end of this deck. So that would be kind of neat to see. Let's do... No. No. Not yet. Not that. Do you. And I can scroll back. Have... no, because I've already blocked that off. Let's do... Where do I want the stairs to come up at? Can't put it there. That is where that block is. Kind of do want stairs to come up right through there, though, for this access panel. Ladders, stairs. So if I put stairs here, mirrored one. If I put you here, I can get rid of that. And I need back over here. Not the half. Nope, nope. To do you. Catwalk with a railing, but not that side. There we go. That way you can walk up via half. You almost. No, that. At the end. Probably yes here. Braided catwalk. There. Just to come across. Probably have to get rid of that block. So we put scaffolding or something underneath here. I would like to see this catwalk go all the way across and attach here, though. But that's not possible. And then I also want a little half rail. Yes, you, but half rail. Alright. Nope. We're just gonna have to be unsafe then. Unsafe with the little jump off here. Otherwise, this would be inaccessible coming across here. And I think I would rather just come straight up as opposed to have to walk around a bit. So that's going to be unfortunate. This guy's in the way. Unless I just use the full stair coming up. Which I could just do too, and it fixes the problem. Let's try that. See how you... Full stair. It's probably not going to be a problem at all. Nope. Nope. Go. Side. Full stair. We've already got full size everything else coming through here. Why not? Elbow here. And why not just finish the catwalking path as we go along? Fortunately, these lockers break the path, but at least the path is kind of here you get in and out, kind of obvious what's going on here. Then takes you up and around. At least I think it's kind of obvious. And you need a nicer way to end. Do I have scaffolding, which I've never used before? Probably not. Scaffolding. Come on. Put you here. I could, if I really wanted to, make it a ladder. Could put a ladder there for no other reason than to have a ladder. And then just put railing around it. It's that. It's a little weird, but I think it's different. And I think that I need to learn how to apply some concepts that don't normally think about what I'm going to put these kinds of places or things. So it's all different to me. I have an end cap. No, probably just a corner. Yeah, so here we can put big center 2x1 straight rail. The way we build an end cap. Here. Stairs that can go down. And we've got a little bit of industrial there. It's just way at the moment, but that looks neat. Neat. I always think there should be more piping or something that goes along here too. Those are all squares. They are not. I'm gonna say if they're just squares, then we could replace them with some pipes. The interior block piping, Pipeworks A and B, but those are actually slopes. Can't put that there. I think that looks pretty decent. It would definitely need a paint job, but that is not doing it. But okay, do need to address this engine room. I had H2O2 generator. Those look pretty cool. But where was that science kit? I had just seen this science station. Lab experiment C. I think you look way cooler sitting in there. Or maybe back to it. That's the front to back, and where do you go? Get out of my way. Get piped straight up so I can actually get rid of you and you. I'm trying to build this interior space here. That piping over there is connected. I have that, and I want it to look like it's doing something. Get rid of these guys, this guy, you. I want it to make it look like that jump drive. Get rid of all of y'all. You're connected, and I probably just need, yeah, you aren't doing anything at the moment. Let's put you in place. You will pipe up them. Should rather. Pipes these guys, then coming up top. I can connect down through here as well. That should connect all of them. Then the hydrogen tank that's on this far side needs to be connected through here, which we can do not those. What were you? You were a 2x1 slope. And our slope. Actually, no and no. You. There. Because you're an inner. Cannot remove that little bit. I have to go around or above. Above is possible. Let's see, but my lab experiment. I kind of want the lab experiment to go here. Ooh, even like this. And I get you here and here. Yes. I think that looks neat. Down here, I can... There is some space for H2O2 generator. Like that, though. Because I do need you to go down and around. Can't push you out that way. Have to put it down there. I could put you elsewhere. Moment, let's just pipe. We'll pipe here. I put blocks. Or that way, you're going to be airtight. At least it should be. Then we can push these guys there. You're going to be low. Only parts of it's going to be exposed just because that's how elbows work in there. That should get all of those thrusters back online. I see you on and on. That's cool. That does look indeed. Jump drive is charging. Let's take a look back at the original ship. This one actually had you go downstairs. Get into the engineering space. And then took you upstairs on the ladder to get into the bridge. I think we got that sorted already. Then there were a computer lab, corridor to kind of bring this place together. Some more storage. The computer core is what goes there. More pipeworks popping out the side, along with a single defense turret. I think there may have been one over here too. Before I started hacking things off, yeah, there was a larger turret over here. So take a look back at what we've got. Have any defense on here at the moment? Something else I thought we could do is try to eliminate the big blank spaces. Give ourselves a little more utility. Let's see how you look. Can I? Should I even? Yeah, because I kind of like that look of the forced iron back and forth from the beat blocks. Maybe this goes down here, or even, hey there, got a triangular solar cell that could sit right there. Kind of blend right into the beam. Even put one on the other side. Blend it right in the beam. And well, I can't do many panels here. Yeah, because that's going to hang off. I can put one. I can cover up that. Thought I could cover it up. Why don't you want to sit there? You'll sit there. But you don't have any attachment points like this. Interesting. I can still make you sit there. I put a little block. Do a little block here. And put that solar cell back out. And finish you back off. Just a little bit more interest. Since it's already kind of bulky, we'll have it sit there just like that. Anything that has a big flat space, like this is a big flat space, I could put another solar cell. They almost look like they're heat sinks or something like that. Oh, not the solar cell. But I think they kind of fit in many different places. However, yeah, let's go put this one down here. Have to do that same little trick again. Push you this way. Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think we're gonna bother over here. I know you don't like to sit flat. Could put it there. Or I could put those little blocks there, make it stand up. I think if anything, that cell might need to drop down a little bit so it sits a little more proud over the structure. Look kind of chunky. There again, that's part of the shape too. It's just kind of chunky. But I almost want to make the cells stand out a bit more. So when I cover them up, their final bits, they look like they belong, opposed to just kind of getting lost. I should probably just do that now. We're gone, and back over to my conveyor junction. You go 8. I should be able just to cut you entirely. This is the that was there. One more. Get you some extra height. And of course now you don't want it. There you go. Sometimes engineer gets in the way. Yeah, I think that's a little more prominent there. That's where it should be. Same thing here. Get rid of you. Come down. There we go. Now those sit a little more prominently. Let's see if that one has top support, bottom support. Yeah, why don't I do this? I like this a bit better. That way I can shroud the front end. Yeah, that looks good. And I like building with these conveyor junctions just because it gives me all the attachment points necessary to keep building. I don't have to worry about finding the one true attachment point somewhere from the angled block. I just slap these guys wherever, and they generally get in, they fit in, and sit in the right place. And if I wanted to, I could remove this whole thing with a chain of the just straight armored conveyors. Now that I know where all these pieces can fit. I think that about does it for that piping out there. So that looks good. I need to finish framing off this space. So if I wanted just this engineering section to be as it is, should I, and I do think so, push everything back that this is far back as it goes. You all migrated a little bit. And this could actually sit back further. Let's push you and you to the walls. I know I can get that much out of y'all. Lab experiments. Go. C and C. And then you should be able to push all the way against that wall. That. I could even drop that down a bit more. Or raise that jump drive up. Let's see, where's my jump drive? Let's see how you look it. Wherever. Drive, where that projector. It's you sitting back here now. It's just one further back. We were. This is the walking plane. I walk this way. That jump drive is sitting a bit low, but this could be an all-walk path, which would look good. I can even put like a stair down here and have more things back here, which I think is a good idea. I think we'll do that. Let's get rid of these guys, because I know where your path goes now. I want to keep it that way. What were you? Elbow. You're fine. I can do... And if I wanted that O2H2 generator, I could put it in there. I don't want it right there yet. Elbow. And then... That way this looks like there's stuff going on back there. There very well could be. Or as far as we know. And if this is the ground floor, you and you are probably all visible. I'll drop those guys down. And while I'm at it, I may as well just pipe up all. I already have a walking place. Put that extra little support there just so that I didn't end up disconnecting the lower pylon. Put another one out here as a temporary precaution. I can, for one, replace connectors in the upper pylon. They should be good. Say that connected. I could just have to turn it off and turn it on again. See what happens there. Nope. And why is that? I look at my tank. Tank is filled, so something is broke. Going through here. Our elbow. Curved tube, so you should go down this way. Here. Conveyor to curved. Yep. And you go back that way. Then back around. Come through here. Will probably be... Yep, that's the one right there. You are T-junction. This one? This one. You are T-junction. T-junction. I'll stick you back out that way. Just hide all the other armor. 2. Now we should have some thrust. Yep, there we go. So I got rid of the rare junction, which had 6 connections. Placed it with something with only 2, but we got that sorted. That's looking good. I do want to put timer blocks and stuff under there, but I need to get this scaffolding in place first. I think if I put the scaffolding in, the walkways, I'll kind of know where everything else should be. But you have an end. No, yes. You have an end piece. I think that you double rail, the same side rail, so I don't touch the fire, don't stand in the fire. That's as close as I need to get to that bit. Could have probably another end over here with a computer or something. Not mean to get rid of that. Lab. Experiment C. Go. I could put another computer or something right there. Do it. And there, that one. You can go there. And you. Here would probably just be a landing. What would I even want? Like stairs coming up? Where'd the stairs go? Where'd the stairs go? This is a landing here. Ideally, we're coming in. I could come in this way. Downstairs could be here. Put a downstairs here potentially. Would mean you'd come in through the center. I think coming in through the center, right? That could be the downstairs. And let's do another end, just to one side. Side graded catwalk. Now side graded catwalk. Yeah. We've got the downstairs piece. Got walkways coming through. Now I'll have to make a doorway. You can be one side. That way that's nice and tidy. And then you get one side handrail there. You probably need a 2-side handrail. You get a 1-side handrail. That way we can talk about, see all of this, and the walkabout here. If I just did the 2-sided, and the 1-sided, or up against this. Back there, probably get the end, a side here, side there, and end piece. End piece goes there. That way we can do maintenance wherever we put some computer pieces somewhere in here. That should be good. Just to kind of hide things a bit. Took this one out to put a computer in there. So let's see what I have for computers and such. I could easily put a battery somewhere in here too. A battery or 2 in here. Could also put reactors right there. Reactors would give me power. Don't want an oxygen. Go back to our blocks here. So you are computer-looking things. Event controller could easily sit right there. And I don't want anything right there, because you guys are going to take up too much space. But against this wall, also put timer block on. So why not another event controller? I could put timer blocks down below. Maybe not. You don't look like you belong there. What other blocks did we have here? 7. Nope, nope, nope. I had a data center block. Let's go. It is the grammable block. Grammable blocks. Neat. That one, two. You look neat. You are very old programmable block. You could even sit in somewhere. You guys can go wherever. I might take that event controller out, put you in. Enough event controllers running around. Yeah. Where did data go? I could put you here. I think that'll actually fit pretty well, because I can cover up that rear junction and still have the ability to walk around. Very cool. Very cool. There are other screens, workstations and such. Let's see if I can find something. Rated catwalk, not the end. Two sides. There you go. Things to go on the underside down here. Something to block that off a bit. I already saw program blocks. I could put a couple of batteries down there. Hydrogen H2O2 generator. H2O2 generator would fit nicely in there. You have throughput. Yeah. I think I will put you right there. Will fit nicely. That kind of covers up that area. And still maintains connectivity everywhere. And over here, I don't have the same. So a little asymmetry, not go unmissed. It's a reactor, that's a reactor. What if you were a reactor? No. I could put it, it'd be like this and you wouldn't see it. Nope, nope, nope. Down here. Because I would like a reactor place. That'll just give me more power generation while I'm jumping around. You go back to be full on every block. Then I can put a reactor down here. Not a big one, just the small. You look like you look cool. Sci-fi one also look cool. Actually, yeah, that wouldn't be done that way. But to say we could have just popped that in and then drug it straight out. We need the up and down circuit. We could actually still do that. And I don't want to ruin the aesthetic that we've got going on over there, though. This list like long. See if I can find more computer-y looking things. I already have an assembler. None of these are gonna go there. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Don't like these cryo rooms or anything going down here. Not in the engineering section. I don't even have gyros on this thing yet, do I? Maybe that could be a couple of gyros down here. Goes there. Apparently that block, whatever was there, that's right there. So probably some corridors. Corridors that I got rid of off my panel, no doubt. No, you guys. That could look good. That way I have access to here. There's some dead space. I could potentially put 2 more gyros, and probably should. Didn't realize how much dead space there was. Put you up against that lab experiment, assuming I don't delete the lab experiment again. That way maintenance could be done on these guys. And put the floor back in here. Let's step out. Or, yeah, that can all be floor. Perfect. I'll figure out this nacelle here in a bit. But you get covered up with some pipe. Actually, let's do... No, not that. Engine. I could put you here. Hydrogen engine. Up and down. This makes it look a little different. It does give it functionality. Not that I really need it. I probably don't even want it really. Oh well. Just a passing thought. Just a passing. Alright, coming through here. Cargo access. I want... This is all going to be open space. So I should come through to some airlock. I would hopefully put crew quarters or something right there. So how can I airlock this? Want elbow some sort in here. As a bathroom, not the couches. Nope. Got to be bookshelf lockers, armory lockers. But I can't do that because that's the exterior right there. Like, yeah, that. Well, this has to be connected through too. Dang it. Let's do... Yeah, I can't do that. You go back here. You have to be this. You have to be connected for my floorboard. So now we're piped coming back around to the exterior there, which means my walkway, my airlock would be through here. I don't even know if I want... Let's see. You. Pretty sure just that space right there can be made airtight. So if I do airlock coming through here, we should be safe. Find doors. Doors, doors, doors. Door cube. Come then, not under stairwell. I do like those ones, but you are not the place for that. Center door. I haven't seen you yet. I like that. But I don't think that's what I want right there. Nope, nope. Give me the standard. There we go. The standard door is I think what I want there. I would come through. I could even do maintenance on that side without having to go around. Yeah. You go here, then I could put in something over top to seal you up, but I need this guy. I think that would guide you coming back this way. I could put other stuff through here, since that's airlock. Could even do secondary armory. I can have showers or something. Not armory lockers, not an armory. Nope, nope, nope. Shelving would be fantastic for out there. I can even put some of that stuff out here. Probably not there. I'd have to place one of these lockers. I think. You being there where you're at. You being there where you're at. Fine. Storage shelves. Nope, nope. The couch have it? Couch, 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 and set couch. Yeah, you. Toilet. I put the toilet. Shower. You here. Then the toilet can elbow around. That way you can hygiene and go in. This can be sealed. I could put T-junction passage. I think a T-junction is necessary. Put the four-way in there. No, no. Yeah, cross. Or passage with a light. Should be good there. If anything is going to have T-junction, it would be this guy. Recross. Nope. Nope. Where's that three-way one? You. You would be a three-way. So you have stuff here. Would put not that. This is all pressurized. I could even do a air vent. I would have to do an air vent in here to depressurize. Find our air vents. air vent. Replace you. I don't need control. You and you. You can go away. Actually, rather, you need to be a T. Press the right button. You can be a T intersection, and your stuff not facing up. Face you down, come through. Also down, back to an air vent. I think the bigger graded one look better. And maybe even another door right there. It's supposed to be an airlock. 9. Not that kind. Nope, nope. That's... Actually, that would be ideal if it didn't have a bottom. But you do have a bottom. Have a bottom. You do not. So I could actually put that door here. The lab doors. Which way do you open? That's the wrong way. Still the wrong way. It's the little side that's opening? Yeah, okay. So that would be appropriate. Then I just have to set up some vent controllers for you. And a button and some other things for you. Over here, this is under the bridge. I could put crew quarters or something right here. That would be swell. Crew quarters, or the quarters could even sit against this side. Right, a little dining area that you could look out. Or otherwise, the dining would be inside. Or could I do some dining? I don't think I really could. So I'd have to put the beds. Couches. Couches have beds. Nope, nope. Beds have windows, though. Where are my beds? Seats. I get captain's desk, stuff like this. These are good. But I would need an extra window or something there. So something like this would be good to have down here. Not the lab sink. Nope. Nope. I like this. You can sit there. And on this side, I could get, no, I don't want to get rid of that one. Nope. Dang. You could fit here. I think you would fit there. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't want you to sit on top of... There. Put you... No, because you're down there. I could push this reactor out one, or get rid of it entirely. Because if I have you here, this works, but it's not ideal. At least I have things going on back there. And here, I can put in that railing again. We come back here and it just looks like we're doing something. Otherwise, we would fall through. This can go downstairs. I could put whatever up against this wall too if I needed. Back over here, we were looking for beds. Beds, beds, beds. Yeah, here we got consoles. Consoles can go wherever. Not there. I think if you were that looks appropriate. That also looks good there. Nothing there. One sitting there would be weird. Nothing else. Okay, what else do we got? We're looking for... not lab equipment. I want a bed. On now. Bed, bed. Change you out. Beds. Beds. Stop getting distracted and let's do the bed. I know there's beds with windows, which is neat. Do two. Big beds. You have... that's not a window. That's also not windowed. So it's probably not the ideal position to have a bed either. But I also need it to be sealed off. You can have a bed there. Yours can be sealed. There. If I just say that's the end of this row, how else could I be? That's a bed. I don't want those containers facing the outside, so I have to put something there. That could be it there. Let's put a block down and a desk maybe. Microscope, lab desk. Captain's desk could look good. And I can put glass out the front, or I think you're more appropriate there. I do need you covered up. That's storage. Probably that too. And let's go back here. Let's put that same glass down again. Looks like a skylight. Don't like it. Or don't you like it? Let's see if there'd be an attachment point. I would say possibly. Can't put that there. Could put... Oh, no. It's like... Can't have that light there. That is catwalk railing. Indeed. It's a space occupied. It is not. You can't be there. If I put a light here, I lose this catwalking, which could be fine too. Because I've got this bridge overhanging by a half piece. It's creating some trouble right here. If I were going to put you here like I wanted to. Let's see, how is this bridge connected here? You're connected in over there. Let's just make sure that you are connected. This light in the way. Whatever I just did over there is now disconnected. Yeah. Caused a problem for me. Even though the whole thing should be a station. Yeah, that's no go anyways. You have to be something like that to seal off this area. Ditto you. Yeah, even below it. Below it, you're going to need not that, you, and then 7 for the half block. Just so we can seal off some pieces. And you could be 8 back to 7. That seals that architecture. Here, this would need to be a corridor or passage or something. Now I've gained back this space for that glass, which should have connected there. It's probably just stuffed away. What? 3? Yeah, definitely something was away then. I don't know if I like the bridge being able to look down into here. Oh, I took out the bridge window. I'm going to put you there. Back to windows again. Back to bridge window, covering it up. Yeah. That's going to have to be how that's done. And I need to put this light back. Yeah, 'cause I'm sure the crew wants a light shining right in from there. Yeah, that'll be fine. I think that'll be fine. Okay, so we come in, airlock, air vent. This will open. We can get in here. We've got hygiene. We have put a walkway in here. Now we can get in and access things. This way probably needs to be another door, just so it's specifically cut off. Door. I mean, I could even do this big round. Door around. So it's known that you're going somewhere you're not supposed to. Sliding door hatch. Then you get to that engineering section. We go back this way. Get the refresher. Changing. Go this way. Rooms here, which means I would need a galley or something right here at the footsteps. And also blocking off this part of engineering section here. I can leave you there. I think this should all be sealed. Not necessarily close there, but something to cover up these areas for sure. Even if that's a plate. This one probably not. That block will have to be something else. Let's come here. Walkway, 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 walkway. Back to decorations. Let's find kitchen stuff. Storage, lab, and set bookshelves. Yeah, so like these bookshelves and things would be great dividers that can sit pretty much wherever. Like that would actually be a good divider here. I could put coffee, not lockers, not armory. Where's kitchen stuff? Nope, 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 nope. Planters and things, not going to have a place here. Although, cool. Unless I just had it here for funsies and green space. Probably still too big. Computer. Where is... Where's the kitchen at? Nope. Where is the kitchen set? Kitchen set. Kitchen. Place that. Text panel. There we go. I want big kitchen blocks. You can go there. No problem on the other side. Which is what I do want to see. I don't want that. Nope. 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 I could even do this, where I have a couple kitchen blocks. Where were those inset couches and stuff at? Couch. I could put the inset couch. That could sit here. It covers up everything there nicely. It gives me a place to sit. And tables? Nope, nope, nope. I mean, I could put that there, but I don't want to. Not that seat. Actually, that would look good. Yeah. And there's not an actual extra chair sit there, but it looks like there could be. And even if this were divided a bit more, how would you divide this a bit more? I would definitely want something else to go in there. But for now, that blocks off the space so that these are indeed separate areas, visually and structurally separated. So that looks good. Come in, you could hit up stuff in here, go this way. This way is the engineering section. So that's cleared there. And then come around in here. I almost don't want that to be as open as it is. So what if... Yeah, I can't have that table there. Nope. Got rid of that one. No. Well, I want to use that couch, but this guy's in the way no matter what. And I might just have to deal with it. Yeah, I might just have to deal with it just like that. And it goes above. Some sort of lighting right above this corridor. I would want to separate. Do want visual separation. Passage, I want probably 2 L's across, not a wall. Passage. T-junction. T-junction to separate there. And so it just looks like it can close, should close. Or instead of that T going there, T goes here. That looks like it's separated. And you could also get a T. If we came through here, it looks like it's 2 separate things. I can't get up because you're in the way. Yeah, so there would need to be another block or something right there. Way this space is separated. Come up here, pilot off the helm. I could put more blocks over here. Timer blocks, helms, controls, whatever I need to. Yeah, so that's decent on the inside now. Let's go finish off the outside. Because I need to finish these guys, the cells. Just to kind of make them look a little more polished. They almost look like they should sit a little more tall too. Here, full block. That's coming up this way. Should go away. You're down here. I think that's structure enough for it. Kind of putting this off. I didn't know what to do, but I'm at the point where I need to think of something for it. Even if it's not much. If I made you They do half blocks. Coming out here. Wait, there's at least something going on. I get a little bit of depth out of you. Right. That could work. Don't particularly like it. Looks like it's trying to transition back here too fast. Let it breathe. And see how it goes. It's not the worst. Not the worst. You could go away for sure. Half. Nope, you're not a half. But you here. So that's the 2x1 coming down. I don't like this 2x1 doing that. It definitely needs more structure. Back into that space. What if you go like this? 6, 7. Nope. Yeah, that's also gross. Not like that. 8. No different than having a full block there. Kinda don't like it, but it's kinda all I got. Kinda don't like it, but it's kinda what I got. And 8. Pull 7 back here and that for a tip. Aren't utilizing the exact same things. Get the 9s to go back here. More 2x1 tips. And back over here. Big chunker. Followed by more down slope. We kind of finish and frame those out a little bit. Make them look a little supported, a little structured. Don't like that. That one single conveyor sticking out. Let's do something about it. Where did those pipes go? Pipes, there you are. I definitely think we could do pipes. Those pipes. If we went that way, had some sort of cutoff, and even went up and over and around. And yeah, we can have multiple things going on here. Not an up. U pipe there, and then I guess it would be straight. Over. Why not? That'll largely close off this area too. Give me a little interest in that back section. Closes this off, and now I can put in lights and things. So those Topher lights, so where you guys have full-size one. I can put in here. And that's a half block, isn't it? Yep. Get a half block. Doot. There we go. Lighting everywhere. That's great. I don't think I need to do anything special for the underside. I don't think so, at least. All of this is largely covered, taken care of. If anything, I could put in another light over the kitchen directly. Close off this space. So you're handled. Okay. Yeah. That needs to be sealed. What if I did something that looked a little more structural from across? That should make you airtight there. Down here, I know you're not done yet. Especially because of that cargo container. Could pull this block across through here. There, and you. That would have to go like that. Which means I could get rid of this. I could put some barrels for storage over here, or this pallet stack. And a one-sided grate. Grated platform, one side. Just one side. Come on. Come on. You, there. We can have access to that. And in here, I'm gonna put another grate there, just so it looks like we've got contained storage area, not loose fitting thing. That looks decent. Yes, yes. I don't like whatever's going on over here. I could put something there. We'll leave it for right now. Let it breathe. You can come around up here. This is good. I like this is still open. And we even have all this space too. Ooh. I did not realize we had all this space. Or do I even want it to exist? Let's check our reference. A reference ship. Had it close off. And it probably should. Yeah, there should be nothing behind the bridge. And there's really not. I just carried over the shape quite a bit, which gives me the ability to have things over here, which I may or may not want. It's said. So, what do I want to do? That is the question. Having this just be the bridge is one thing, because we could do a little operations thing here too. Leave that as is. What are you? Probably can't remove you, right? I can. Because I want so interesting shapes through here. So if you were a plate there, if you go... Yeah, I can't have an interesting shape there. You have to be squares. That way I can just seal down the bottom piece. You must be squares going through there. Don't have to utilize anything back here. In fact, I probably should close that off too. But I can leave bridge where it's at. Around here, definitely want... Oh, I'd already got rid of that projector. About to say, I'll put the projector right here. And I know I already removed the projector block. So let's put... Too many blocks. Cryo. That would be nice to have somewhere too, a little medical area. Maybe even in here. Because I should have the bears going through on that side. If I put you here, what if I put you all the way up against the wall? If I put you sideways, there we go. That way we can see something that's being built. We can bay window you out. I can't do that there. I can't do this here either. Can I... Can I do here? Yeah, but I can't put the corner tipping. I've got a corner tip over there. Again, I've got a corner tip. That would fit a little bit better. I do like the idea of the bay windows being here. Yes. But none of you actually sit. Control. Nope, nope. Nope. Projector, I'm not going to change you. Bridge. Bridge seating is probably not going to fix me either, even though I could seal it. It still would have to have a plate on either side there. What would you look like here? Yeah, that's a no-go. Oh, there's bound to be a piece of glass that looks good through here. No. Something that seals this off nicely. I mean, this inverted corner really is it. That way I can put plates above. That inverted corner goes on the inside. The bay window there. Really? I'd want to continue with this all the way down. And probably not here though, right? Or would it matter? I don't think that matters as much. And if anything, probably want the shape to come around here. Nope, nope. That shape's coming around like that. Actually, it's really just that one side I need in there. Okay, so that looks cool. Nothing there. Do I want access above for skylight? I dare say yes. All the way down. I think that's a good idea. Where you kind of have some visual sense everywhere. Oh, what was here? Nothing. Nothing. That's good, that's good. UV also nothing. There. It's my piping. Not you. You guys can't go, but you can. And not you. I can put... No, not you again, too. There it is. This is the center. And if I pull the pipe up from here, there is a corridor in the way. So I can't get to that. But I could pull some around. Yes. This one solitary pipe connection, they're gone. I will conveyor junction you. Pipe. Elbow. I'm in the way. Elbow. Elbow. Or I can even make it a T. Because I don't even have a refill station or a cryopod. I get rid of those cryopods. No, good. Why not put not the creepy cryopod. You have an underside too. We can do... Do I even want cryopods? I don't think so. I don't think so. I do think I need... No, I need you back. Refill station. Refill station. I could even put a refill station downstairs. That would be more ideal. And one outside. One outside, sure. Probably... It's a good place to put it. Like, right there. You're working all over the place. You get to be a T-junction. Now, both of you were gone, so I could put a refill station in. Or that refill station is a block of its own, isn't it? Yeah. I just don't want yellow goobers sitting out the backside. Or do I care? Or do I care? Let's do it this way. You're gone, you're gone. You can sit here because you're piping. I can cover you up. You Go back to be pipe. Straight pipe through there. Now I have a refill station. I can put another kind of storage over here. That's what I was wanting, right? Not that kind. Oh, nope. Yeah, I could put more pipes and things here. It just takes up the space. Okay. Now, yeah, I'll leave that as is. I can even get rid of that one. Now you guys don't fit anymore. Same thing there. You guys just, it ends. Then I can come inside. Inside, and refill station would be good there too. It's a cargo access that I want to maintain though. I'm gonna come inside there. Nope. Nope, nope. I guess I'm just gonna lose that cargo access. I can put cargo access somewhere else. Refill station. Refill station goes right there nicely. Now you're all plumbed in and hidden. And you don't have to do anything. Let's go back this way. So I've got a refill station, bathrooms and such. This is cargo access here. That's all I need. Conveyor you. I could make you a cargo access terminal. If I really wanted, hey, there's cargo and cargo. I could do that and I can make you a cargo access terminal too. Get rid of cargo access terminal. Here. Go find our rating again. Where went? I thought it was off. Yep. 6 gets the second rail. That'll work. I need actual batteries. I do need actual batteries, so why not sit them in here? What were you going to be? I pulled this piping up for something. Cryo chambers. A medical bay. I've got refill. I don't need a medical bay, do I? Not really. Fine, it's the cryo chamber. The med bay would fit nicely in there, though. Medical. Yeah, I like the corner one. And I think it's airtight over there, so it'll block that off nicely. And sure, you would have to scoot forward more, unless you just use that space. Yeah. You. What's this? Set refill station. Okay, so I do need you to. No. Elbow. Elbow, elbow, T. all connected neatly. Batteries can go in somewhere. I'll need a couple of them. And I've been putting in a lot of dead blocks that should be able to serve very nicely as wherever I want a battery to go. Battery, defensive AI pieces, things like that. Because over here, there used to be Gatling gun, bigger gun over here. But yeah. Because I've got the space for you. I'm actually going to pull not a T-junction. T, we'll take an elbow. Then I can put out here a turret again. I'll make the face through here. That's fine. Deterrents. I can't put anything here. It's just not enough space for things. And over here, there was a smaller gun. Let's see what I can pull through. Gyroscope in the way, you're gone. What were you? Science experiment. Let's pull back here and here, and you. I need you to be a T. T-junction. There we go. And T-junction can face this way. Yeah, this is why I don't like to put these kind of pieces in now. I usually put them in, or rather, I don't like to put these things in when I'm trying to flesh out the ship, because now is the time when you are finding out where things actually need to go. Corner, and exterior, just a straight piece. And this is where we can put another gun. We can have the original S looks for things. I'm kind of partial to the old gun. Also make you face that way. Something has to be done about this. I don't like it. Maybe even if we come up like this. And then you still need to be sealed off somehow too. You're gone. And windows. There's a bay window that closes that nicely. A bay window, dome, bay window, N. You're nicely done there. And then here I can even put corridor pieces, handles, because that's what we've been using throughout the ship. Corridor pieces with handle. So we can get around. Do I want? No. You are fine. Elbow and nope. Yeah, fine like that. Then I come in here. Now I have all this space for things to happen. Throw a battery down there. Not a reactor, a battery. So I can have a little more power. I can even put one over here. I put the server farm back there. It probably look interesting. So where is that programmable block? May have already been removed. I just need more of everything, really. It's like, I need this block, I need that block. I guess that's good to have so many choices and be able to put in whatever you want, wherever you want. Better than being limited on the creative side. Like, oh, I don't know what can go where, and only having a couple of choices. Then things will look, I guess, a little bland. A little too bland, a little too repetitive. That, not mean to block off that all the way. But if that's the way it goes, stick a regular battery back there. We don't need a warfare battery. Or we can be sneaky and put like defensive AI blocks and stuff in here. What's below here? Yeah. I'm kind of down for that. If I could hide those kinds of blocks wherever, like right there being in the floor, you would run right over it, miss it. So back here would be a good place for one. Let's put in this programmable block. You should be fine. Programmable block. Not that you're running scripts or anything. I just want you to look cool. Look cool. Block. Wherever it is I placed you. Already lost. You look like you belong. Come down here. You're gone. You are... You go outside. Of course. I do need 2 pieces here. So if we did... Actually, I have several pieces here. I actually have a lot of space down here for whatever I need. Could do that. AI blocks. AI block. Get rid of the programmable. Fly. Defense doesn't care where it goes. Put you down there, and then storage goes right back on top. Because you would completely walk past that and not see anything. Cars up here. Oh. Now I had a pillar there. You go here. Go there. That's sorted. And I could put other blocks below. Without getting too complicated. I could even toss a task block back here too if I needed to. Or the offense. We'll keep that in mind for later. What I want to do now is kind of paint this thing. We need to go outside. And if we paint you, because you're looking pretty well set there. Are much smaller than what this space dictates. So let's back over here. We are mostly gray with an exterior hull of green. Let me take you. No skin would look good. Well, that is Forthborn. There's going to be some paneling problem there. We have a couple of green stripes. Or a couple of white stripes, rather. Those two center pieces and for themselves. I leave you as is down this way. Go. Get some color on you, and then the other white stripe was probably there. Just do this big gross paint job real fast, and I can come back in with the paint. Okay, I can carry around shapes and colors with already some sort of visual indication of what I need to be doing. I'm liking this. This was a good ship. I need to, like, put it through its paces. And I don't know exactly what that means. I guess it's really just use it a whole bunch in a game and see how well it does all of the things I've told it to do. Because there's a refinery on here, but I don't have anything to collect. So no, I mean, that's probably what that landing pad should be for. Or even the underside, I could turn into a dock or its support craft. And honestly, this should probably have support craft anyways, because it's a shipyard. And if it doesn't have like giant crane arms stuff over here, then it really needs some support craft to be building everything for it. Oh, if anything, that's what should dock down there. And I would also say it's probably a better reason to have this deck, this primary deck, be stationed a little higher, like the original was. Because if that's stationed a little bit higher, then you have a little more space down there for support craft, which is what you would want. A little more space for them to get in and out. Even though they would be a small grid craft, they would still need a bit more space, just so that the area can breathe too. You don't want it to look too claustrophobic. But I think that window has passed, at least for now. At least for now, at least for this one. And that's kind of what I was referring to when say you gotta put a ship through its paces too. It's like, hey, I made a design. How well does it work? What kind of things need to be changed on it or not? Sustainments, those improvements. I mean, what was it even supposed to do? Because if it's not functional as the support ship like it's supposed to be, then why use it? It's supposed to be a single task craft. Build, I guess, a mobile shipyard. Build small ships or repair ships in the field. So if it can't do that job, then what's its point? That's why it has those jump drives to get around, and it's got big thrusters to get around too. It's got that assembler so it can still do things, but it's not like this big station here that I've made where it 100% would be for building whatever I want, even though there's no such capability designed into the station whatsoever. It's got the look that I could put anything into it. Because honestly, with this game, you just stack things full of assemblers and refineries, and you can have whatever you want here instantly. But that's just the nature of this game and how those particular pieces work. That is not what the reality would be. Big industry requires big equipment. And that's why I built big, to give it that illusion of big equipment. But this is coloring along pretty well. Then I just need like gray bits. Default, I think I want this gray. Let's look over here. The darker gray. I put beep up. That might even be too dark. Mirror that dark. Defaults again. Make this stuff lighter. This is for the contrast. And then you can be darker here. I want all these pieces super dark. That I probably did super dark, but I need to do a better job. I have a paintbrush or the spray brush. I should be using that. There we go. Starting to get some of those colors in there. Back here, this is probably all gray pieces. Here, I don't like that. This can be dark. You can be dark pipes. But that stuff probably needs to be lighter. Yeah, definitely lighter. But the dark stuff, recess it. And gray stuff on the bridge, gray stuff over here. We are lighter gray. Yep. Gray bits in here. Just things to make the colors pop a little bit. Maybe this one's darker. It's kind of seated here. It looks like that's where that programmable block was. And that's probably not airtight. So I could fix that while I see it now. That probably made it airtight. There we go. We're starting to get some color in here. I'm going to keep working on this and refine the details a bit. Probably buff out some of the scratches, although I kind of like that it's beat up. I just don't like all of these little edge pieces there. So if anything, I would take that color. I would make you back to plastic or even the retro weldless. I just don't like those angled pieces there. I don't like this repetitive pattern coming across. It's atrocious to me. I didn't like that plastic either, and now this looks wrong too. see. I mean, this paneling looks a little bit better than the zigzag. I just do not like this zigzag. Plus, if you mess that color up, or that paneling placement up, your panels don't line up appropriately, or your little contour lines, and then things get looking even more weird. Well, that's been pretty cool. I'll do some finishing touches on here, and I'll have to come back to it. But gotta take a quick break, another couple hours, and we'll have to redo it from there.